hidden for centuries and shrouded in mystery, and at the heart of some of history's greatest legends. This is the Ark of the Covenant, a sacred artifact of biblical proportions, said to hold divine power. But what exactly is the Ark? And where is it today? Let's find out. Today, we journey to Thebes to explore one of Egypt's most extraordinary monuments, the Temple of Luxor. But beyond its awe-inspiring grandeur, Luxor conceals deeper mysteries.
I'm Lex Levy. Today we're here at the Luxor Temple.
In this investigation, I will present the hypothesis that the solar bark, a symbol of divine procession in Egypt, may share profound connections with the Ark of the Covenant described in biblical texts. Could the ancient Egyptian solar bark, the divine vessel of the gods, be the true ancestor of the Ark of the Covenant? Today, we will search for architectural and symbolic clues hidden within the temple's design.
We have the solar bark,
ritual processions, and sacred iconography. To guide our exploration, we will also revisit the meticulous work of R.A. Schwaller-Delubert, whose decades of research at Luxor revealed a temple not simply of stone, but of macro and microcosmic proportion, sacred science, and encoded wisdom. Join me as we raid the lost Arks. Let's go. Welcome to our exploration of Karnak Temple, one of the most awe-inspiring and expansive sacred sites in ancient Egypt. The ancient Egyptian temples were not only centers of worship, but also repositories of profound knowledge and layers of esoteric symbolism, available to be unlocked by the initiated. In our Luxor Temple expedition, I presented the hypothesis that the solar bark,
we have the solar bark,
a symbol of divine procession in Egypt, may share profound connections with the Ark of the Covenant as described in biblical texts. Could the ancient Egyptian solar bark, the divine vessel of the gods, be the true ancestor of the Ark of the Covenant? Today, we will search for architectural and symbolic clues hidden within the temple's design, ritual processions, and sacred iconography, and search for evidence that the Karnak Temple is built on a far more ancient sacred site. Join us as we investigate the beautiful Karnak Temple in Thebes. What will we discover? Let's go.
I'm Lex Levy. Today we're here at the Temple of Edfu, dedicated to the falcon-headed god Horus. Here we have the stargate. Here we have again a sanctuary within a sanctuary. The inner sanctuary.
The primordial mound, the flood waters that submerged the primordial mound from which the first official city was erected. And there's a lot of people who connect these texts here in the Edfu Temple to the mythology of Atlantis.
That has a very Indian looking feel to it.
On our way to Elephantine. We're taking a blue pill. I'm Lex Levy. Today we're here at Elephantine Island in Aswan. And we're looking for evidence of Jewish presence here on the island. It is believed that this was a resting point in which the Ark of the Covenant was being brought to Ethiopia. have a relief depicting a trade transaction with this figure looking very exotic.
Tengu. And you'll see at the top of the head here, this isn't hair, it's a tefillin, wearing a square, a black square, and it is the ancient Hebrews, the Jewish people that came here to Japan bearing the Ark of the Covenant. Yeah, so it's a huge golden ark type configuration. These Mikoshi festivals, where they carry these little Arks of the Covenant in and out of the shrines, and it's a big production. Inazuma means the spouse of rice. Inazuma is the word for lightning. So we have Inazuma Kagaku, lightning chemistry. Perhaps the ritual itself will reveal what it's supposed to indicate. An Ark of the Covenant that was brought here by a foreign civilization. That's what the Tengu people are, foreigners, outsiders, and they were not welcome and they were not well viewed. That's why they're Oni or demons. It's an agricultural festival connected to thunder, the drumming of thunder, lightning, it's all lit up, and obviously feats of strength connected to fertility and virility.
All right, good luck.
Okay, so I figured I would get invited. Okay.
Thank you. Domo arigatou gozaimasu.
Very exciting, yeah.
Where you come from?
Egypto.
Oh, really?
Egypto, hi.
Oh, yeah.
If you want to help support our research and expeditions, grab some merch from the new Archaeoalchemy store. Rock the classic logo in your favorite color combination with some beautiful alchemical prints. There are hats, mugs, hoodies, shorts, tanks, and tapestries. More designs are in the works, so stay tuned. And if you want to be the lifeblood of my channel, please become a member for early access, exclusive updates, and content. Thank you all so much. Now, back to our adventure. In this documentary series, we will explore the historical timeline of the Ark, tracing its journey from the divine instructions given to Moses to its mysterious disappearance. We will examine the various theories about its fate and the modern-day searches for its possible locations. Could the Ark still be hidden somewhere today? We will also uncover its connections to Kabbalistic mysticism and analyze historical references that describe its power and significance. Additionally, we will investigate an intriguing theory that the Ark may have been placed within the sarcophagus in the King's Chamber within the Great Pyramid, comparing measurements and historical records to determine its plausibility. Furthermore, I will explore my theory that multiple Arks may have existed, considering ancient accounts and archaeological clues that suggest that more than one Ark was constructed. Here is the historical timeline of the Ark of the Covenant. The creation of the Ark, 1446 BCE, the traditional date of the Exodus. According to Exodus, God commands Moses to build the Ark while the Israelites are at Mount Sinai. Bezalel, a skilled craftsman, is tasked with constructing the Ark under divine instruction. The Ark is placed inside the tabernacle. the portable sanctuary of Israel. The Ark in the Wilderness, 1446 to 1406 BCE. The Ark is carried by the Levites as the Israelites journey through the wilderness. The Ark leads the Israelites with God's presence appearing as a cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night. It is credited with miraculous powers, such as parting the Jordan River when the Israelites crossed into Canaan. It is housed in the tabernacle behind a curtain in the Holy of Holies. The Battle of Jericho, 1400 to 1100 BCE. The Israelites march around Jericho for 7 days carrying the Ark. On the 7th day, the walls collapse and the city is conquered. After the conquest of Canaan, the Ark is placed in Shiloh, where it remains for centuries. It becomes the religious and political center of Israel during the period of the Judges. The Ark is captured by the Philistines circa 1100 BCE. The Israelites take the Ark into battle, believing it will ensure victory. The Philistines capture the Ark, and it is placed in the Temple of Dagon. The idol of Dagon falls and breaks. Plague strikes the Philistines. After 7 months, they return the Ark to the Israelites. King David brings the Ark to Jerusalem, 1000 BCE. During the transport, Uzzah touches the Ark and dies, leading to fear of the Ark. The Ark is finally brought into Jerusalem with great celebration and placed in a tent. David prepares for it. The Ark is in Solomon's temple, 957 BCE. When Solomon builds the first temple, the Ark is placed inside the Holy of Holies. The Ark remains in the temple as a central religious object. Then, in 586 BCE, the Babylonians, led by King Nebuchadnezzar, destroy Solomon's temple, and the fate of the Ark is unknown. After 539 BCE, we have the post-Babylonian period, when the second temple is built, but the Holy of Holies is empty. The Ark is missing. To this day, the location of the Ark remains unknown. Whether it was destroyed, hidden, or transported to a distant land, the Ark remains one of the greatest lost treasures in history. Various theories claim that it was moved to different locations. Let's explore these now. One, the Temple Mount in Jerusalem. After the Babylonian siege in Jerusalem, the Ark seemingly vanished. Some scholars believe that many ancient Middle Eastern temples had a secret room in their building, where important relics were stored and hidden from the public, and Solomon's temple was no different. This has led some scholars to deduce that the Ark may have been hidden before the siege took place. And this is backed by the fact that there are no mentions of the Ark in the list of treasures carried away to Babylon, and the list of treasures was sent back to Jerusalem. 2. The Vatican. Some people believe that the Ark is hidden in the secret archives of the Vatican. 3. Ethiopia, Axum. Some claim that the Ark is housed in the Church of Our Lady Mary of Zion. According to the Kebra Nagast, Ethiopia's chronicle of its monarchy, Menelik, the son of Solomon, and the Queen of Sheba, visited his father in Jerusalem, and on his way back home, it was revealed that the firstborn sons of some Israelite nobles who had come with him had actually stolen the Ark. However, after realizing the Ark's powers didn't destroy his escort, he concluded that it must be God's will that it remains with him in Ethiopia. For over 3,000 years, it is said to be held at this church and guarded by virgin monks who, once anointed, can't leave the church until they die, and the only man allowed to see the Ark is the head monk. 4. The Hill of Tara in Ireland. A group calling themselves the British Israelites conducted a series of amateur excavations at the Rath of Synods between 1899 and 1902. They believe the Ark of the Covenant was buried there, based on myths and legends connecting the Bible, Egypt, and Ireland. 5. Hamsa, Mount Nebu, Jordan. A passage in Maccabees suggests the prophet Jeremiah hid the Ark in a cave. This mountain has a significant role in Judaism and Christianity, as a place from where Moses saw the Promised Land where he died, although his exact burial site is unknown. Nebu means gold in ancient Egyptian. 6. The Ark could be somewhere in southern Africa. There is a tribe that refrains from eating pork, wears skull caps, and even has the Star of David on their gravestones. This is the Lemba people. Their distinct Jewish culture is astonishing. They claim they have a famous religious artifact in their possession that translates into the drum that thunders. Their belief states that this is a replica made from the one and only Ark of the Covenant 700 years back. Genetic results suggested that the Lemba people's priestly clan, the Buba, can be descendants of the Kohanim, the Jewish priestly clan, backing up their tradition that the tribe descended from 7 Jewish men who left Israel 2,500 years ago. In fact, this Ark can be viewed for display. 7. Chartres Cathedral in France. A pillar on the exterior of the church portrays the Knights Templar transporting what looks like a chest in a wheeled device. In 1118, the Templar soldiers allegedly made a mind-blowing discovery when, while digging under the Temple of Jerusalem, came across the Ark itself. Tradition states the Ark was hidden deep under the building before the Romans laid siege to Jerusalem. Ever since, it's been supposedly kept in the cathedral's crypt without disturbance. 8. Antakya, Turkey. According to the Shia sect of Islam, a hadith states that the Mahdi, an Islamic Messiah-like figure, will appear in the end times and will bring forth the Ark from a place called Antioch. This was an ancient Greek city, one of the wealthiest capitals of the ancient Middle East, and its ruins lie in modern-day Antakya. 9. The clues for locations found in the Copper Dead Sea Scrolls. Over 900 scrolls, now known as the Dead Sea Scrolls, contain some of the earliest copies of Jewish teachings, prayers, and customs. A specific scroll out of the 900 called the Copper Scroll is a bit different to the others. Instead of being religiously centered, it was mainly focused on the locations of gold, silver, and other treasures. Scholars suggest that the only place in the Middle East that had this much wealth was the treasury of the Temple of Jerusalem, and may have included the Ark, even though it is not explicitly mentioned. The scroll gives 64 possible locations of these treasures. 10. The Temple of Edfu in Egypt. An interesting artifact found here is the Ark of Horus. A small statue of Horus was placed in the temple's Holy of Holies, exactly like Solomon's, and was accessible only by the pharaoh and the high priest. Priests would then transport the statue in an ark resting in a small boat held by two poles. A wall carving of the Ark of Horus in the temple showed that two bird-like creatures were sat above the boat facing each other. 11. Mount Tsurugi, Japan. Masanori Takane, the Japanese Indiana Jones, found striking similarities between the Bible and the Japanese chronicles of myths and legends, and after extensive research, concluded that the Ark was on Mount Tsurugi. What is interesting, though, is that the Tsurugi-san Hozozeki shrine ceremony, a ritual that occurs here, where a large golden shrine is carried by poles by men dressed in white robes, oddly similar to the Jewish rituals of the Ark in Solomon's age. 12. The Roslin Chapel in Scotland. Featured in the 2003 film The Da Vinci Code, this 15th century Anglican chapel in southern Scotland has long been the center of rumors about the Holy Grail and the Knights Templar, and now the Ark. Following the publication of the 1982 book The Holy Blood and the Holy Grail, theories came up suggesting that the chapel was a reproduction of Solomon's temple, where the Ark was originally stored. What was the Ark made out of? According to Exodus, God provided Moses with precise instructions for constructing the Ark of the Covenant. The material. The Ark was to be made out of acacia wood, a durable and sacred wood, and overlaid with pure gold both inside and out. Its dimensions were 2.5 cubits in length by 1.5 cubits width by 1.5 cubits height. A gold crown-like border was to be placed around the edges of the Ark. 2 acacia wood poles, also overlaid with gold, were to be inserted through 4 gold rings attached to the Ark's corners. The poles were never to be removed, signifying that the Ark was meant to be portable. The Ark's cover, called the mercy seat, or kaperet in Hebrew, was to be made of pure gold and served as the dwelling place of God's presence. 2 golden cherubim were to be placed on top of the mercy seat, facing each other with their wings outstretched, covering the Ark. The sacred contents. The stone tablets of the 10 Commandments, written by God's hand. Aaron's rod, which miraculously budded to affirm the priesthood of Aaron, and a golden jar of manna, the food provided to the Israelites in the wilderness. God declared that His presence would manifest between the cherubim, making the Ark a divine meeting place where He could communicate with Moses and the high priests of Israel. The rules for handling the Ark. The ephod and sacred garments. The high priest of Israel, when entering the Holy of Holies, was required to wear the ephod, a sacred vestment made of gold, blue, purple, and scarlet threads woven into fine linen. The ephod contained 2 onyx stones engraved with the names of the 12 tribes of Israel, symbolizing divine representation before God. Attached to the ephod was the breastplate of judgment, which held the 12 precious stones corresponding to the 12 tribes of Israel. Inside the breastplate were the mysterious Urim and Thummim, believed to be used for divine decision-making. Only the high priest, clothed in these sacred garments, could approach the Ark and enter the Holy of Holies on Yom Kippur, the Day of Atonement. This was the only time of year anyone could stand in direct presence of the Ark without consequence. These are the rules for handling the Ark. The Ark could not be touched directly. It was carried using poles inserted into the golden rings attached to its sides. Only the Levites from the Kohathite clan were allowed to transport the Ark, and they were commanded to never look inside. When moving the Ark, the Israelites were required to keep a safe distance of about 2,000 cubits. Those who touched the Ark without permission were struck dead, as seen in the case of Uzzah, who was killed for studying the Ark when it nearly fell. The Ark was always kept veiled when transported, concealed from direct view. These strict instructions reinforced the holiness and power of the Ark, ensuring that it was always handled with the utmost reverence. One of the most intriguing theories regarding the Ark's final resting place is its possible connection to the King's Chamber in the Great Pyramid of Giza. Some researchers believe the granite sarcophagus inside the chamber may have housed the Ark. I will now show you my mathematical analysis to see whether the Ark in fact fits inside the container within the King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid. But first, let me explain what a cubit is, since this is the unit used when God instructed Moses to build the Ark. The cubit is an ancient unit of length based on the distance from the elbow to the tip of the middle finger. It was primarily associated with the Sumerians, Egyptians, and Israelites. The term cubit is found in the Bible regarding Noah's Ark, the Ark of the Covenant, the Tabernacle, and Solomon's Temple. Cubits of various lengths were employed in many parts of the world in antiquity. You can see the variations in length for each cubit. I've chosen to use the shortest cubit in my calculations. Here we have the interior measurements of the container inside the King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid. I will test both Petrie's measurements and Piazzi-Smith's measurements. Here we are converting the biblical dimensions of the Ark to inches, using the common cubit. After comparing the dimensions of the Ark of the Covenant to Petrie and Piazzi-Smith's measurements, you can see the tolerances. There's plenty of space in the length tolerance. With the width, it's an extremely tight fit, but it would fit with minimal clearance. And there's more than enough clearance on the height. So overall, using the common cubit, the Ark would fit inside the sarcophagus, but the clearance is extremely tight, with less than 0.5 inches. Here's a graph of the results to help you visualize, and you can see just how tight the fit is on the width. The theory that the Ark of the Covenant may have been placed inside the sarcophagus in the King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid remains open to debate. Additionally, the historical timelines present challenges. The Great Pyramid was built during the 4th dynasty of Egypt, while the Ark was constructed in the 15th century BCE, according to biblical accounts. This significant gap raises questions about whether the Ark could have been placed inside the chamber at a later date, or if there was a possible connection between the Ark and earlier Egyptians.
Amazing. It's appeared perfect after when you did these lights. Look at here. Yeah. The other cold. But this one is the original one to close the top, right?
It's another one.
Thank you for joining me on this quest to uncover the mysteries of the Ark of the Covenant. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share, comment, subscribe, pick up some merch, and turn on notifications for new videos. If you want to help support our research and expeditions, join my members-only channel and become a patron supporter to gain access to exclusive behind-the-scenes content and receive special updates. Your support helps us continue this incredible search for the truth. Until next time, keep seeking the unknown. If you want to help support our research and expeditions, grab some merch from the new archaeoalchemy store. Rock the classic logo in your favorite color combination with some beautiful alchemical prints. There are hats, mugs, hoodies, shorts, tanks, and tapestries. More designs are in the works, so stay tuned. And if you want to be the lifeblood of my channel, please become a member for early access, exclusive updates, and content. Thank you all so much. Now, back to our adventure. Today, we journey to Thebes to explore one of Egypt's most extraordinary monuments, the Temple of Luxor. But beyond its awe-inspiring grandeur, Luxor conceals deeper mysteries.
I'm Lex Levy. Today we're here at the Luxor Temple.
In this investigation, I will present the hypothesis that the solar bark, a symbol of divine procession in Egypt, may share profound connections with the Ark of the Covenant described in biblical texts. Could the ancient Egyptian solar bark, the divine vessel of the gods, be the true ancestor of the Ark of the Covenant? Today, we will search for architectural and symbolic clues hidden within the temple's design.
We have the solar bark.
Ritual processions, and sacred iconography. To guide our exploration, we will also revisit the meticulous work of R.A. Schwaller de Lubert, whose decades of research at Luxor revealed a temple not simply of stone, but of macro and microcosmic proportion, sacred science, and encoded wisdom. Join me as we raid the lost Arks. Let's go. In the ancient Egyptian city of Thebes, Luxor Temple was a sacred site where the divine nature of the pharaoh was renewed each year.
I'm Lex Levy. Today we're here in Luxor at the Luxor Temple.
There are secret rituals linking him to Amun-Ra during the Opet festival, symbolizing the rebirth of kingship and cosmic order. Luxor Temple, called in ancient Egyptian Ipet Resut, the southern sanctuary, was not primarily dedicated to a god like Karnak was to Amun-Ra. Instead, Luxor was focused on the divine aspect of the living pharaoh. The temple celebrated and renewed the king's connection to the gods, particularly his role as the son of Amun.
Today we're here in Luxor. I'm standing in the Avenue of the Sphinxes.
It was a temple of divine transformation, where the pharaoh was ritually reborn as the earthly embodiment of the gods.
It's thought that these have been replaced and they would have originally had the heads of gods.
Luxor Temple's key role was hosting the secret rituals at the climax of the Opet festival. The Opet festival was one of the most important annual religious celebrations in ancient Thebes, modern-day Luxor, flourishing especially during the New Kingdom, where the sacred images of the Theban triad, Amun, Mut, and Khonsu, were carried in veiled barks from the Karnak Temple 2 kilometers down the monumental Avenue of the Sphinxes to Luxor Temple, renewing the divine power of the pharaoh and the cosmic order of Egypt.
And at the termination of the Avenue of the Sphinxes is the Luxor Temple. It was constructed under 3 kings' reign: Amenhotep III, Tutankhamun, and Ramses II. There were 2 obelisks in front. One has been removed and now stands in Paris. And the statuary are all attributed to Ramses II.
The use of portable shrines, veiled barks, and ritual processions deeply parallels later traditions like the Ark of the Covenant. carried hidden behind a veil, representing divine presence moving among the people. After a period of sacred rituals inside the Luxor temple, lasting several days, the gods' images were carried back to Karnak, often by boat along the Nile for a part of the journey. The festival represented the movement of divine energy, the descent from the heavens, Karnak, to the manifest world, Luxor, then ascension back to the divine realm.
We have the solar bark.
R.A. Schwaller de Lubix, in his book The Temple of Man, discovered that the temple was not simply a monument to the gods, but a living, symbolic anatomy of the human and divine body, where every chamber represented a stage of creation and cosmic renewal. The movement of the solar bark through this sacred space mirrored the movement of divine energy through the body, through chakras, a journey not unlike one that the Ark undertook through the wilderness and into the Promised Land. In a way, Luxor was like a holy battery, recharging the pharaoh's spiritual authority every year so he could rule not just Egypt, but maintain the balance of the entire cosmos. Connections between the solar bark and the Ark of the Covenant. Both functioned as a portable sacred vehicle meant to carry divine power and presence, not just relics but living seats of the gods. In ancient Egyptian belief, the solar bark, like the manje, boat of Ra, carried the gods across the heavens by day and through the underworld at night. It was a mobile throne. The gods physically rode in these sacred vehicles, both symbolic and literal, during the temple's festivals and religious processions. In Egyptian temples like Luxor, shrines housed these barks inside portable shrines that were carried on poles. The Ark also carried the presence of God, and was often described as God's throne. It too was carried on poles and designed to be mobile, leading the Israelites through the wilderness and into battle. Both the sacred objects were box-shaped, wooden with gold overlays, equipped with rings and poles for carrying, and protected by winged figures. In Egypt, often falcons or winged goddesses like Isis and Nephthys. In the Ark's case, it was cherubim. Both represent manifestations of divine presence moving among the people, requiring sacred protocols and priestly protection. The bark carried the Ka, the divine energy of God, especially Ra, visible during processions where priests carried the bark, hidden behind veils or curtains. It symbolized the movement of the divine energy through space and time, a manifestation of cosmic order. The Ark was described as God's physical dwelling place among his people, sometimes accompanied by clouds, fire, or radiant light. Only the high priest could approach the Ark directly, and even then, only with great ceremony, on Yom Kippur. Both vessels contain a sacred but dangerous force, needing strict protection, rituals, and understanding to approach safely. As Ra traveled through the underworld each night on his bark, he battled the serpent, Apophis. The bark had to be protected by spells and armed deities. It was a vessel of both creation and destruction, a carrier of cosmic force. The Ark was immensely powerful. Those who mishandled it were struck dead. In battles, the Ark was associated with victories and supernatural events, such as the wall falling at Jericho, and the Philistines suffering plagues after capturing it. Additionally, the cherubim atop the Ark can be paralleled with Isis and Nephthys, the winged goddesses often seen flanking sacred objects in Egyptian art.
Now let's take a look.
Quattro indietri, una statua restaurata male, non dal 300 stavolta, ma di questi anni. Questa statua è restaurata male perché la posizione moseriaca. Quindi questa statua deve essere messa dentro noi davanti a
Talk.
And they are doing like noises every morning with this motor. So usually it's breaking the sound. You're correct.
All right, let's go.
Look any angle you want, yeah?
It's a statuary of Ramses II, Ramses the Great.
اوكي قالت اوكي تعال اديني صوره هنا يا عم اديني صوره هنا ولا اي حاجه
Here we have the baboon, an incarnation of Thoth, god of wisdom, the great scribe.
مش حلو الشكل مش عارف
Yeah, they had already made the damn thing, so they just clamped it together to make sure that it will stay together. Yeah, I would say those are contemporary to the actual. And on these, for example, I have a really hard time arguing.
Here we have the unification of Upper and Lower Egypt by Happy, god of fertility.
Have a set of those flanking my doorway one day.
Amici mio, volevo. Vedete il pochettino qua? La moschea.
Era l'entrata della porta, adesso è diventata una finestra perché la porta dall'altra parte perché hanno pulito qua. Tutto qua era sommesso e dal fango e dal limo di questa volta al centro quella di muro eravamo là, era la moglie e ci sono le cappelle di tutti i tre dei amori e molti posti.
We're here looking for reliefs of the solar bark. And we're going to look at the quote-unquote transparency of the stone as described by shrouded lubrics. Those. And here you can see some offerings to the gods.
احنا about the statues of grounds, we got two opinions. The academics say is that they are all dated to Ramses II with different ages. But if you go deep through the details, you can feel that they are different ones. Yeah. Especially the quality of polishing.
Then he's below.
الأخلص.
Kuşlarına geri gelmesi. Çünkü onlar eskiden şöyle bir simbolü dönüyor.
Ever seen that on the piece of plateau? Yeah. I'm the husband and wife here.
Signori, stiamo passando noi, hanno 21 metri di altezza, papiro aperto, che sono fatti da Tutankhamon.
They converted that area to use it as a Roman temple. This one made by someone who told you. Actually, one of the projects of the Buddha hit, and you know what we did? We discovered the original relief by something called fresco. And those statues, they remove it to Luxor Museum, known as Luxor Cache. It's very cheap.
So they find like how many, 40 or 50? We're going after this though, right?
I hope that it's still open.
لا انا عارف بس انا مين
Oh, it's okay. Shukran. Shukran. You can still see some of the pigment on the columns. Absolutely spectacular. Apparently, there's a glyph of Sekhmet over here. Let's see if we can find it. Now these columns aren't monolithic, they're made out of smaller pieces of stone. This is the Ptolemaic portion of the temple. I was told by a guard, Sekhmet somewhere in this chamber. Oh, there she is. Look at the Holy of Holies.
There's 64 columns.
This is our first stop of our Upper Egypt expedition.
What's up, everybody?
Show yourself.
Which is a very old symbol. They have two pillars, an eye, on top. Very, very old symbol. It's hard to say what this originally was in the center, but there's definitely a circle.
sont allés, ils ont dit, hein, non, il est possible un sort pour nous. Voilà, bas. Chers amis, maintenant, on va
بصوا يا جماعه الجسم
graffiti here.
Now I get a completely different vibe in this area of the temple compared to the other end of the
It is obvious that everything here is much more preserved than other stuff outside. This is a single house of the truth that exists. But it's a clear
I just heard a temple cat. Guardian of Luxor. Hi, baby. There's another one. So I'm standing in the sanctuary of the Luxor Temple, constructed by Amenhotep III. You can see these markings. There has been some defacing of these glyphs.
Come closer.
Somewhere during the game, Alexander the Great here. He made the same thing like his older brother. This is supposed to be the normal holy of the holies, which is around this one. Later, Alexander the Great research, he had this chapel structure.
And I could tell that it's underneath the foundation of this. So I remember, I'm pretty sure this is calcite crystal. Here, this piece right here. And it's underneath the foundation of all of this restoration. We're currently standing in the inner sanctum, the Holy of Holies of the Luxor temple. The third eye, the divine seat, is literally within this chamber. Luxor is known as the Temple of Man and is designed with the sacred proportions of a human being. The feet being at the entrance of the structure, the columns being the body, and this area, the head of the temple, with the divine seat or the Holy of Holies, where your third eye would be located. Alexa's literally standing on it right here. It's cool stuff.
So this is about what you see around.
I still don't know what type of stone that is. I believe it's calcite or alabaster. But it's a very unusual piece of stone here that is believed to be one of the seed stones, the foundation stone of a much older temple that was here originally, upon which they built this whole thing around the older seed stone. It appears, so you see all of this is restoration. So they certainly know what this is, and they
That's him, and he's in front of the Ra. So he's telling I'm going to worship the same gods. Also, the two names, Alexander and Thutmose, but the other one. But we find out soon that everything is similar to what we are outside. The one who built that car was also Egyptian armies. So how does the movie of that
and that stone, that's the gift was talking about, known as the Ark of
Sorry.
Au bout de l'autre temple, et il y a vers, il y a un endroit qu'on a 5 magasins.
So what was that? So that is coordinated with the throat chakra? Okay, yeah. Voice. walk back through the Holy of Holies one more time. And then I think we're going to find somewhere to go watch the sunset. Because tonight is our first night in Luxor. And, we just want to hang out and enjoy the rest of the site. People walk through here. No idea really what they're looking at. Alright, so let's walk around the exterior. Okay, so you can see here that there is a self-contained chamber within this exterior chamber.
Yes, because this is the honeymoon temple.
Very indicative of what we see in the temple of
Masalema.
Yeah, I mean, you guys, there's any number of ways that you can. I just like walking through the Holy of Holies. Yeah, that will take you back into the open area.
Oğlum bir kere güneş gözlüğü. Hayır, yok. Bak. Her şeyi geçtim tamam. Bak, hayır. Fark, different, 7 different. Ondan bak.
Hi.
Careful to wood here.
That concludes our expedition to the Luxor Temple.
No, I thought this was
Yeah, same. The pole is longer.
راح على نفسك انا يا عم ايه الاخبار تمام حبيبي يا حوري تعال
Egypt, that's all the pieces. But you can't find this foul. You can't find it. This is back. Oh, so we don't make some golden. So golden phallus. Osiris is I didn't.
This concludes our expedition at Luxor Temple. We've seen how the ancient Egyptians carried divine presence in sacred barks, concealed, revered, and ritually transported, in ways strikingly similar to the traditions surrounding the Ark of the Covenant. The echoes between the two sacred vessels invite us to look deeper, but our journey is only beginning. We will be traveling further into Upper Egypt, exploring the hidden symbolism of temples like Dendera, Edfu, Seti I, Kamambo, and Elephantine, investigating whether more clues survive tucked into the stonework, rituals, and sacred geometries of the ancient world. Could the Ark's origins be found not in a single site, but in a legacy spanning across Egypt's sacred landscape? Join me as the search continues on my members-only channel. Please like, share, comment, and subscribe. Welcome to our exploration of Karnak Temple, one of the most awe-inspiring and expansive sacred sites in ancient Egypt. The ancient Egyptian temples were not only centers of worship, but also repositories of profound knowledge and layers of esoteric symbolism, available to be unlocked by the initiated. In our Luxor Temple expedition, I presented the hypothesis that the solar bark,
we have the solar bark,
a symbol of divine procession in Egypt, may share profound connections with the Ark of the Covenant as described in biblical texts. Could the ancient Egyptian solar bark, the divine vessel of the gods, be the true ancestor of the Ark of the Covenant? Today, we will search for architectural and symbolic clues hidden within the temple's design, ritual processions, and sacred iconography, and search for evidence that the Karnak Temple is built on a far more ancient sacred site. Join us as we investigate the beautiful Karnak Temple in Thebes. What will we discover? Let's go. If you want to help support our research and expeditions, grab some merch from the new Archaeoalchemy store. Rock the classic logo in your favorite color combination with some beautiful alchemical prints. There are hats, mugs, hoodies, shorts, tanks, and tapestries. More designs are in the works, so stay tuned. And if you want to be the lifeblood of my channel, please become a member for early access, exclusive updates, and content. Thank you all so much. Now, back to our adventure.
I'm Lex Levy. Today, we're here at the massive temple complex, Karnak. It was built over 2,000 years, since the Middle Kingdom to the Ptolemaic times.
Once connected to the Nile by a sacred canal, the port was the temple's gateway for processions and divine arrivals, symbolizing the interface between earthly and divine world. The port or harbor of Karnak Temple was a vital part of the temple complex's function and sacred symbolism. Located on the eastern bank of the Nile, this harbor connected the temple to the river via canal, allowing for the arrival of sacred barks or ritual boats during religious festivals like the Opet festival. It served as an entry point for the divine processions and offerings arriving by water, linking the heavens, the Nile, and the temple, themes central to the ancient Egyptian cosmology. These sacred barks were elaborately decorated and symbolized the god's journey between Karnak and Luxor Temple, reinforcing the cosmic order and the king's divine legitimacy.
Let's go.
The Avenue of the Sphinxes, also known as the Sacred Way, is a grand ceremonial road that once connected the Karnak Temple to the Luxor Temple. To be clear, there's actually 3 Avenue of the Sphinxes at the Karnak Temple complex, with the long processional route connecting near the Temple of Khonsu, stretching approximately 2.7 kilometers and originally flanked by over 1,000 Sphinx statues. This avenue was a symbolic and ritual artery used during the Opet festival. The Sphinxes along the avenue evolved over time. In the northern section,
and here we have the ram-headed Sphinxes representing the god Amun-Ra.
Featured ram-headed Sphinxes associated with the god Amun, while the majority of the southern portion displays human-headed Sphinxes. These guardian figures line the processional route, representing protection, divine presence, and continuity between the two great temples.
I'm standing in the avenue of the Sphinxes, and these Sphinxes are unique in that they are ram-headed, representing the god Amun-Ra.
The Opet festival was an annual celebration of renewal and divine rebirth, where the sacred barks carrying statues of the Theban triad in a grand procession from Karnak to Luxor temple.
And between its paws is an effigy.
The Theban triad consists of the gods Amun, Mut, and Khonsu, who were worshipped together primarily at Karnak Temple in ancient Thebes, modern-day Luxor. This divine family symbolized cosmic stability and divine kingship in the New Kingdom. God Amun, the Hidden One, was the supreme creator god and symbol of invisible power and kingship. Originally a local Theban deity, he rose to national importance and merged with Ra to become Amun-Ra, embodying both the unseen and the sun's visible force. He represents divine authority, air, fertility, and the hidden essence of creation. The goddess Mut, meaning mother. She was the divine mother goddess and consort of Amun. She represented maternal protection, queenship, and the cosmic order. Often wearing the double crown of Egypt, Mut symbolized the pharaoh's divine lineage and the unity of the two lands. She was central to the Theban triad and associated with the primordial creation. Khonsu. Khonsu was a youthful moon god and son of Amun and Mut. He represented time, healing, protection, and the cycles of the moon. Often shown as a mummified youth with a sidelock and moon disk, Khonsu was believed to have power over disease and was invoked in rituals for health and guidance. The journey of the sacred barks symbolized the union of god and king, rejuvenating royal power and cosmic harmony. The avenue of the Sphinxes, stretching between the two temples, I see it as more than just a processional path. It resembles an umbilical cord, connecting the Temple of Man at Luxor with the womb-like precinct of Mut, the mother goddess. Karnak becomes the cosmic brain, Luxor the body, and the Temple of Mut the embryonic source, together forming a sacred landscape echoing human anatomy and divine conception. Welcome to the Great Court, which greets you with towering columns and colossal statues, serving as a dramatic entrance to the sacred precinct, reflecting the temple's layered construction history.
All right, yeah, so as I mentioned, huge.
This structure is Seti II's contribution to Karnak, which consists of a tripartite bark shrine built in the 19th dynasty. with 3 chambers aligned side by side, each dedicated to one of the Theban triad. These shrines function as resting stations where the barks would pause for rituals, offerings, or purification as they moved through Karnak's sprawling complex.
Most likely restorations.
Should stop studying. We're going to check out this huge, pristine cube of alabaster in the center of this courtyard. Has finished What was the purpose of this piece of geometry? Look at the top. It doesn't appear to be a basin.
This to me is not indicative of the same style that we see in the rest of the temple. So as we walk through, that's the main thing that I'm going to be pointing out, is that there is evidence that there is an older part of the structure.
Archive material.
Sandstone, 18th, 19th dynasty temple is built around this part. Same thing we saw at Luxor, the heart stone. That whole temple may have been erected around that.
Just south of Karnak's second pylon, Ramesses III built an impressive bark shrine to honor the Theban triad. Its entrance is marked by a small pylon vividly carved with scenes of the king triumphing over his enemies, flanked by 2 towering statues of Ramesses himself in red sandstone.
And here we have statues of Ramesses III.
As you step inside, the first court is lined with the majestic Osiris statues of the king.
Non sapeva non può essere la
This leads into a vestibule, also fronted by Osiris pillars, opening to a compact hypostyle hall.
This is also very reminiscent of what we're going to see in Gandhara Temple tomorrow, with these super elaborate painted hieroglyphs all over the ceiling. There are tons of depictions covering every square inch of this area.
This is not possible.
No, this is Ramses II. I don't know what they call this area. Side temple. Yes, temple and temple.
At the heart of the shrine are 3 chapels, built to house the sacred barks of the gods during the key festivals like the Opet festival.
Wow, that's amazing.
See at the camera.
That's so cool.
No, ma non con me. I mean, it would be amazing. I could have trusted them.
More architecturally refined than Seti II's shrine, this structure is a powerful statement of Ramesses III's devotion. The walls are alive with intricate reliefs of the king making offerings as the divine barks rest within, bridging the earthly and the divine.
Exploring with my handsome husband, Jeffrey Drum. He's enjoying himself puffing on a cigar.
Alright, so I don't think that shape is original. You can see how there's like, this is all restoration, and there's bricks and stuff in there.
It does look modern.
Well, so here's like,
At least the facade.
The bricks are poking out. Where this has been restored at some point, and then someone went back in and removed part of the restoration. Did you see the block?
No.
Okay.
Let's go.
Bottom line, Jacob, I mean, it's not something
Here on the right, and a couple of these out of place pieces. And I'm pretty sure that is quartzite. It's not granite. It's not basalt. It's not limestone. It's not sandstone. I'm almost certain that that's quartzite.
Welcome to the Great Hypostyle Hall, which is one of the most breathtaking architectural achievements of ancient Egypt. It's located between the second and third pylons of the Temple of Amun-Ra. It was constructed mainly during the reigns of Seti I and his sons Ramesses II in the 13th century BCE. The hall covers an area of about 50,000 square feet and contains 134 massive sandstone columns arranged in 16 rows. The central 12 columns, each standing about 21 meters, support a higher roof section with clerestory windows, stone grill-like apertures that allow sunlight to filter in, creating a dramatic interplay of light and shadow. The columns are richly carved with hieroglyphs, reliefs, and royal inscriptions, depicting pharaohs making offerings to the gods, especially Amun. The Great Hypostyle Hall is not only a place of ritual, but also a symbolic forest of stone representing the primeval marsh from which creation arose.
I'm now walking the hypostyle court, and you can see the colossal pillars with much of the pigment still intact. It's absolutely amazing. We're now in the hypostyle court. Much of the pigment still remains.
All of this stuff was brand new, polished, painted. You would have been absolutely gorgeous. All of the white, because these were also painted white. You see that the sandstone also has a white paint on it.
Wenn ich hier sein, zum Beispiel Objekt, da, egal was Sie wollen,
Oh, a marriage proposal.
Behold, the obelisk of Hatshepsut, the tallest surviving obelisk in Egypt, towering a 97 feet and carved from pink granite, erected in honor of Amun-Ra. The richly inscribed text celebrates Hatshepsut's divine birth, portraying her as a chosen by Amun himself, and emphasizes her role as a pious ruler who restored temples and revived religious traditions neglected by earlier kings. It also boasts of the obelisk's swift construction, completed in just 7 months, as a testament to her devotion and divine favor. This obelisk stands as both a political and spiritual statement, reinforcing Hatshepsut's legitimacy as a female pharaoh and her close connection to the gods. An interesting inscription reads, "The king himself, erection of 2 great obelisks for her father, Amun-Ra, in front of the august colonnade, wrought with exceedingly abundant electrum. Their height pierces the sky and illuminates the 2 lands like the sun disk. Never since the beginning has such a thing been done, that she might be given life."
Chers amis, on voit bien en face de vous là directement, il y a tout la cour qui était présentée en face, et c'est la reine Hatshepsut qui avait déjà fait ça. Elle préfère de faire une chapelle à l'intérieur du Karnak.
All right, so we're going to go this way now. And we're going to take a look at probably my first and second favorite area.
here.
But broken the bones or broken the bones? How? To try more.
Ah.
You had some large iron, something like
that.
Looks like all of this would have been the upper part of the temple that has since fallen down. They've moved all the rubble. You see, this would have been the top of the wall.
I see it, yeah. That makes sense. Look at how expansive this temple complex is. Horus Ra. Beautiful basin. Now we're walking to find Sekhmet.
Very good, my friend.
Shukran.
You speak Arabic?
شوي شوي أنا بتعلم مصري.
تعلم
This is the temple of Ptah and Sekhmet. It is a small yet powerful and ancient sanctuary tucked away in the northern part of the Karnak complex. It was originally built during the Middle Kingdom and later restored and expanded by Thutmose III in the 18th dynasty, dedicated to Ptah, the god of craftsmen and creation, and his fierce consort, Sekhmet, the lioness goddess of war and healing. The temple consists of a narrow series of stone chambers, culminating in a dark sanctuary where the statue of Sekhmet resides. This statue is considered highly potent and is often associated with solar energy, protection, and fierce divine presence. The temple retains an unusually mystical atmosphere, enhanced by the cool, dim corridors and the enduring sense of sacred power. Visitors and priests once made offerings here to seek healing, protection, or divine inspiration through Ptah's creative force and Sekhmet's fierce energy.
Piece that fit here, here. This one's been popped out. Very interesting. I'm sure they would call this an offering table of some sort.
Beyond this temple's spiritual significance, we find intriguing clues indicating that this space was an ancient alchemical chamber or laboratory.
Another large single piece of red granite here. Stairway leading to the second floor of this temple here.
Inside the temple, we find several stone tables or platforms, distinct from traditional offering tables, bearing marks, recesses, and arrangements that suggest ritual or practical use, possibly related to alchemical, healing, or transformative practices. These alchemical tables are located within the sanctuary of Sekhmet, and their design differs from typical religious furniture. This space may have functioned as a ritual laboratory where priests or priestesses perform purification rites, energetic work, or even chemistry under the protection and energy of Sekhmet, goddess of healing and transformation.
Here as well. See Ptah there, green. And this piece could say offering, but you can see here that there is a tubular drill cut here, which in my opinion means that there was a component that was installed here that was also connected into this piece. That may be an inclusion in the stone, like a natural irregularity or inclusion of some sort. But there was something here. Again, these are tube drill cuts, the same thing that you see at Zamore and all over lower Egypt sites. So in my opinion, there was something, I like the term laboratory apparatus, whether it had been a distillation apparatus or something was set up in here. You can also see that there may have been little housings here and here. You could see some indentations here. So there was something that was anchored in this piece. What was it? What was it made out of? What was the function of it? And I also... Does it go anywhere?
There's just a little ledge up
Just
here.
that ledge? Okay.
Let me look real quick. Oh, there's another stool.
Sì, boh.
Okay, so if you look over here before
Pretty
we
cool.
go inside, you can see another sort of iteration of the same idea, but these are in sandstone. All of this temple here is made from sandstone, with the exception of these huge megalithic pieces of red granite. And also, oh, they're not. You take it out of the collection and you do whatever ritual was being performed. And again, these basins most likely housed some sort of ritual liquid. But to me, the sandstone pieces are very different than the red granite pieces.
Yeah.
Behold, the god Ptah.
That have taken video and pictures.
He is an ancient creator god of craftsmen, architects, and artisans.
Ptah? Headless.
Honored primarily in Memphis.
Like Thor,
Black granite.
all kind of weird stuff.
He created the
And it
world through
depends on
thought
when
and
the
speech,
sun is
embodying
shining
intellectual
through.
creation
But
and
there is
divine
a time of the
craftsmanship.
day when the statue is completely
Often
illuminated.
depicted as a mummified man with a skull cap and holding a scepter.
Yeah, so it would be when it's
Ptah
going that
represents
direction
order,
and heading
design,
down on
and the
the
shaping
face.
of reality.
So now
A
it's
patron
like
of builders and
noon,
artists
almost
throughout
noon.
Egypt. But here, he is headless.
Here are all the offerings. Ptah.
Yeah, weird vibe, huh?
Behold, Sekhmet, the fierce lion-headed goddess of war, destruction, and healing. Known as the Powerful One, she was the divine protector of the pharaoh and bringer of plague, or its cure. As the fiery eye of Ra, she represents divine wrath, justice, and transformative power, feared and revered for her ability to annihilate enemies or restore balance. She was closely linked to healing, medicine, and was worshipped especially in times of crisis. Sekhmet's granite statue emits an intense, almost supernatural energy, and many claim to feel her presence in her dark sanctuary. The combination of Sekhmet's intense solar-lunar energy, the secluded nature of the chambers, and these mysterious stone tables reinforces the idea that this temple was not only a place of worship, but perhaps a center of ancient sacred science.
And they go through the path and they do the same thing every day. So it's like their little walkthrough. Autopilot. And it's funny because I catch myself doing the same thing because there's areas of the temple that I want to look at that I think are important. So I always bring people to this area and I said, okay, we'll look at this here on the ground and then look at this. And then, really? thing that I want to show before we go out to the
not the type of school that people bossing type technology and precision, but you hear this abundant rhetoric about
The record of Eastbound. So the stories in the temple is not only religious as well, it's about the policy of the king, about
Alright, so the part that we're entering now is the Holy of Holies, the heart of the temple. And you'll see these huge red granite blocks, this entire structure. Come on.
At the cosmic center of Karnak, the sanctuary was the dwelling place of Amun during rituals, accessible only to high priests and pharaohs, believed to be a chamber of direct divine contact. It is aligned with the temple's central axis and was surrounded by ancillary chapels and offering rooms.
Red granite walls and ceiling, adorned with stars, painted with Egyptian blue.
The Holy of Holies represented the primordial mound of creation, where the world emerged and the divine order was maintained through ritual. And I believe what we find at the center of the sanctuary is a well.
hard to tell which is
And the pillars behind, we're gonna go there later. No one can explain. And which kind of condition bring it to that situation? Even those granite goes to the sea, never lose like that way.
So later we can come here as well. So let's go to see this.
Left down right side with the hand of the master artist. We say the relief of the Philip Paradise Holy Words of Karnak is so unique. Please try looking at oh, true. He was able to gain a smile
There's definitely some jewelry.
And that is there.
And all sorts of different vessels and containers. I really like this wall.
Oh, this is what you're talking about.
Yeah, so that's what we saw. This is actually basalt. This is limestone. I thought there was one that was basalt. But yeah, that's what, again, very different.
Or maybe 3 pieces.
Yes, yeah.
So all the offerings.
There's like a channel. So something was excavated out of here where they dug up the floor. Then all the interior stuff is that. This has all been excavated out. The center of this, whatever was in here, the floor here, it's all been, so original floor, but all of this has been excavated and replaced.
This is replacement. And you can see the defacement here. All chiseled out. Through the stargate. The zipper star. Oh, dovetail joinery. So offering tables.
This is a Nilometer.
There's this channel, still filled with standing water. It looks like it ran directly under these temples.
It was used to measure the Nile's flood levels and helped to predict the agricultural calendar, and was tied deeply to ritual offerings and seasonal festivals.
So you can see that there's still water tables below the structure. As Amr was saying, it's interfered somewhat with the archaeological investigation of the site. So clearly there are sections of this temple that are designed to tap into the water table.
A lot of river stone on it.
And we're actually going to see some Nileometers when we do the Nile cruise. Where was the Nileometer?
An Elephantine.
Elephantine Island. Yep.
And that's what detects the depth or the height of the
Correct. The flooding of the Nile River. Yep.
Armor, what are these right here?
Looks like these are bases for a baboon statuary.
Hello.
Oh, how strange. Hello.
Can we take with us?
Oh, shukran. Shukran. Here we have another colossal piece of alabaster or calcite crystal in the center of the court. It's a tubular drill. Here is the red granite chamber containing the Holy of Holies.
They tried to put all of these pieces back together here. It was most likely completely broken into tiny pieces, and they moved them all back together and set them on this platform. And in my opinion, this thing was broken up when they were removing whatever was in here.
It's not connected to this.
So these, I have to look and make sure before I say something wrong. Yeah, this is actually red granite. These are all red granite. Yeah.
Because these are just the only block that made it like.
Well, it's like the same of any other piece, but again, I don't even know what would do that.
This is the Akhmenu Temple, also known as Thutmose III's festival hall. It is a unique temple within a temple, and it houses astronomical ceilings, exotic plant reliefs, and scenes of Thutmose's divine community, rich with symbolic geometry. This innovative structure was built during the 18th dynasty and dedicated primarily to art. It served as a ceremonial religious space celebrating Thutmose III's Ascent Festival.
Yeah, so Egyptian blue is a compound known as calcium copper silicate. Yes. A very sophisticated chemical
A jubilee marking the king's renewed divine authority. Architecturally, it stands out with features unlike traditional temples. It has a hypostyle hall with slender papyrus columns, botanical reliefs showcasing exotic plants and animals brought from foreign campaigns, and scenes emphasizing the king's military prowess and divine legitimacy. The hall also functioned as a cosmic space, symbolizing creation and order, reinforcing the pharaoh's role as the mediator between gods and the world. Egyptian blue is the world's first synthetic pigment, developed by the ancient Egyptians over 4,500 years ago. It is valued for its vivid, luminous, stable blue color. Its chemical composition is calcium copper tetrasilicate. It was made by heating a precise mix of silica or sand, calcium carbonate or lime, copper ore or bronze shavings, and an alkali like natron to around 900 degrees Celsius. This process created a stable crystalline material that reflects infrared light, a property still studied today for applications in modern technologies like medical imaging and solar cells.
Look up. The ceiling is adorned with stars painted with Egyptian blue. It's still so vibrant.
You would need 100 gallons of paint to paint this area. This is just one area of one temple.
flail that they're holding. It's part of their it's like a scepter. That's emblematic of this rule. And then they have here you have somebody holding up the hand.
We are now approaching one of my favorite structures in all of the Karnak temple complex. It's called the Osiris Temple. This small and often overlooked structure is tied to the Osirian mysteries and rebirth rituals, possibly used in secret rites reenacting the death and resurrection of Osiris. Within the Osiris Temple, we find two intriguing esoteric motifs, the 7 gates and the 7 keys. In the Osirian context, the 7 gates symbolize the soul's passage through stages of initiation and judgment in the duat or underworld.
So whatever this thing was of particular significance. And it does appear that originally this thing was painted. You can see a bit of blue still left in here. In my estimation, there would also probably have been a metal inlay somewhere in this as well.
Each gate is guarded and requiring a key, a metaphor for specific knowledge, virtues, or energetic thresholds. Passing through them leads to rebirth and union with Osiris, the god of resurrection and eternal life.
See your lighter again?
I'm standing in front of the 7 gates. It's facing south. False doors are usually on the western face of a temple or tomb.
The 7 gates and the 7 keys are layered in symbolism. They mirror the 7 alchemical steps: calcination, dissolution, separation, conjunction, fermentation, distillation, and coagulation, and can represent the transformation of the base, the lead, into the divine, the gold. Each gate reflects one alchemical stage, corresponding to purification, destruction of the ego, integration, and eventual enlightenment. Each gate in the Osiris Temple corresponds to an alchemical step, a planetary force, and an energy center, chakra, marking a path from the material bondage to divine unity. The initiate, like Osiris, must pass through these gates to be reborn as an eternal being, transcending duality. On a microcosmic level, the journey reflects the transformation of the human soul. On a macrocosmic scale, it symbolizes the cycles of nature, celestial movements, and cosmic order. This layered symbolism turns the Osiris temple into both a literal temple and a spiritual laboratory of inner alchemy and cosmic balance.
And here are the 7 keys of life under the wings of the solar disk.
This powerful system bridges Egyptian theology with Hermetic philosophy, presenting the Osiris Chapel as not just a temple, but a map of the cosmos and the soul, a portal between the microcosm, man, and the macrocosm, the universe.
So you'll see again with the well. Water
As we have seen at so many other sacred sites, water plays a profound role, and it can be found here running beneath the sprawling Karnak temple complex.
So restroom. While we're over
This
here,
is
while
the
we have a
sacred
chance, if anybody's got to
It is a
go.
large rectangular man-made basin, and it played a vital role in Egyptian temple rituals.
I'm Lex Levy, and this is Ancient Odysseys. Today we're here at Karnak, and I'm standing next to the sacred lake. Behind me is the artificial lake constructed by Thutmose III, filled with brackish water. And it's a home of many of aquatic birds.
Measuring approximately 120 meters long by 77 meters wide, it was built by Thutmose III during the 18th dynasty.
Okay, let's take a look at this Nilometer. When you look, oh, you can still see standing water.
This lake symbolized the primordial waters of creation and served as a place of ritual purification for priests before they entered the temple. It was also used in ceremonial processions, especially during major festivals like the Opet.
Herodotus wrote about the artificial Lake Moeris. So this is evidence that they did, in fact, create artificial lakes.
Priests may have sailed modeled barks on its surface during these rites, mirroring divine journeys. The lake was connected to wells and underground water sources, ensuring a constant water supply, and today it still holds water, an impressive feat, and adds to the mystical atmosphere of Karnak.
This is one piece right here. This is a piece of granite. This is still one single piece here, and then it stops. This is another. This is a huge single piece here. It definitely looks like there was something here as well, but just giant pieces of crystal. Crystal, yeah. You can see, like in through here, the crystalline pattern of this. No, this is calcite crystal. Calcite crystal, yeah. Here, look.
Babe.
If you were to wash this off, it would be clear. You can see, like transparent. Oh, I definitely think so. Oh, yeah. So, well, you guys have all heard this already from the Grand New Egyptian Museum. Here's that same Jed pillar with the enclosed symbol for water. But we were talking about, anybody on the members only channel, I was talking about how the Jed pillar represents electrical stability and balance. This is that same hieroglyph with the Jed pillar supporting what looks to be possibly plasma.
Plasma.
So I did a recent
No, it's two. Oh.
So I've seen these marks kind of all over the temple. You see these weird. I don't have a good explanation for what that is. They're very unusual because they're very smooth. You can see the indentations, like it's not a chisel mark.
What pharaoh would that be, Omar?
So I'm not sure what these features are.
Yeah, that's what we're gonna see around the temples, even and on that.
Wow. Holy sh...
they show you your size in front of them.
And those are material of the what is like different clothes.
We're on our way to the Temple of Mut, which is a little further along the way. We travel the avenue of the sphinxes to reach the Temple of Mut. Here you can see inside of a pylon.
Remember we had it on the hotel that one time they had my name and it has those like two dots and then it's like the slash. I don't know whether that's G or Z. I think it's Z. No, look. Go to
traveling the avenue of the sphinxes to the Mut temple. This is so cool.
Anything? No.
Nothing?
So they're supposed to be like just inside of the sand.
No.
Yes, you can. It's open.
To the hotel? Oh, it's open.
Not to the hotel, to the Luxor.
To there, to the temple, yeah.
Open, free entry.
Likely a Ramses statue, and you can see the same thing that we see at the Grand Egyptian Museum is the articulation of the forearm muscles, and then look at the shoulder muscles too. It's pretty cool. And this place is full of Sekhmet statues. There's one there, there's Sekhmets. All of these are Sekhmet.
Yeah, this is what Joel wanted me to get pictures of.
The Temple of Mut is a significant yet often overlooked part of the Karnak temple complex. It's located to the south of the main temple of Amun. It's dedicated to Mut, the powerful mother goddess and consort of Amun, forming part of the divine Theban triad with Amun and Khonsu.
There's Bess. Did you see Bess?
Built mainly during the New Kingdom, particularly under Amenhotep III and Ramesses II. The temple includes a large sacred lake known as Ishur, which is crescent-shaped, symbolizing the womb and feminine creation. Surrounding the site are numerous statues of lion-headed Sekhmet, possibly relocated from other temples, which were placed to invoke protection and healing, as Sekhmet was seen as an aspect or fierce manifestation of Mut. The temple was a center for rituals of fertility, creation, and renewal. And during the Opet festival, Mut's image would join the divine procession from Karnak to Luxor. Though now partially ruined, excavations continue to reveal its importance in the religious and symbolic landscape of ancient Thebes.
Shukran. Wow. Oh, she's beautiful. Camila. Sekhmet. And she has a crown of Ure. Hathor, head and sistrum.
and I've just never been out here before. So, but you can also get a sense of the destruction of the temple and all the stones that have been quarried and removed from this area. You know, this used to be a complete structure, and this is all that's left of it.
So you think it was torn down for building purposes?
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. All right, so now we're going to head toward the sacred temple known as Ptah.
Oh, Hathor. This is a special place. Oh, Hathor. Shukran.
Shukran, Hathor.
Beautiful.
Hathor.
The entire Dendera temple
Hathor
is dedicated to Hathor.
Is this here?
I think it's the reed.
Okay.
Coptis.
It's the reed, like the sound and like the reeds of
The shade.
Yeah.
It's gonna be here.
Oh, her British?
Touch here.
I've never seen that.
Yeah.
This is gonna be touch here. 3-3.
So is the crown?
Shukran.
Yeah.
Is this Horus, Madame Osiris?
Horse?
Someone captured here.
Wow, the colors. She has a coal.
It's Hathor and Hathor
Oh, Sobek?
and Amun.
Yeah,
Amun?
There's an area where you can stand up, and it's a huge pond. The lake is still there. You can't see it because there's an area over here where there's a little dip. You can still see the water.
This is Horus.
Horse.
Oh, and these are these the metal
Clamps, yeah.
Where was that pyramid that was destroyed where you saw this? Like, you have the footage of it in your video.
The lost pyramid in Dashur.
What is here?
The lost. So there's black, red, thin, and lost. Is that it?
Did you see Sobek?
Crocodile, yeah.
From the Avenue of the Sphinxes to the Holy of Holies, we uncovered layers of esoteric symbolism. We explored the 7 gates of initiation hidden within the Osiris chapel, mirroring alchemical transformation, planetary forces, and the chakras of the human body. We investigated the bark shrines of Seti II and Ramesses III, and the sacred landscape linking Karnak to Luxor and the Temple of Mut. We uncovered a divine blueprint where the heavens meet earth and man meets God. Could these divine vessels, solar barks, be more than symbolic? Could they represent a proto-Ark of the Covenant, coded in Egyptian temple design long before biblical texts? What if the Ark of the Covenant didn't originate in the deserts of the Sinai, but were born here along the Nile, encoded in Egypt's solar theology? Join us as we follow the trail of the Ark, temple by temple, symbol by symbol, searching for its true origin in the heart of Egypt's oldest mysteries. If If you are as intrigued as I am, please subscribe, like, and comment what you think. The adventure is just beginning. Never stop exploring. If you want to help support our research and expeditions, grab some merch from the new Archaeological store. Rock the classic logo in your favorite color combination with some beautiful alchemical prints. There are hats, mugs, hoodies, shorts, tanks, and tapestries. More designs are in the works, so stay tuned. And if you want to be the lifeblood of my channel, please become a member for early access, exclusive updates, and content. Thank you all so much. Now, back to our adventure.
I'm Lex Levy. Today we're here at the Temple of Edfu, dedicated to the falcon-headed god Horus. Here we have the stargate. Here we have again a sanctuary within a sanctuary. The inner sanctuary.
The primordial mound, the flood waters that submerged the primordial mound from which the first official city was erected. And there's a lot of people who connect these texts here in the Edfu temple to the mythology of Atlantis.
That has a very Indian looking feel to it.
If you want to help support our research and expeditions, grab some merch from the new Archaeological store. Rock the classic logo in your favorite color combination with some beautiful alchemical prints. There are hats, mugs, hoodies, shorts, tanks, and tapestries. More designs are in the works, so stay tuned. And if you want to be the lifeblood of my channel, please become a member for early access, exclusive updates, and content. Thank you all so much. Now, back to our adventure.
Magnifique, regarde papa.
Granite.
This is it. Hola, hola.
Mais ça c'est le cerveau, ça va être F. Ça c'est le delta. Ça c'est la rouge ou parfois la N qui est présentée parfois comme ça.
That story, actually, the battle between Horus and Set, it's known from old era and from the prehistorical time. This is the battle between good and bad. One of the oldest creation methods says that the main method, the main god who found himself by himself, named Atom. He was sitting on an island, taking the pyramid shape, the pyramid form. So the island usually surrounded with water. From here, it's become the primordial ocean or the primordial water. That god, the sun god, he felt alone. So he created other two gods. The goddess of the sky, Nut, and the god of the earth, Geb. Both of them married, and they bring other two gods. The god of the wind, Shu, who separated the sky and earth. And the goddess of humidity, Tefnut. Both of them married, and they bring the main four gods we had. Isis, Osiris, Set, and Nephthys. Twins, they are not allowed to be married. Isis, she was the twins of Osiris. Nephthys, she was the twins of Set. So we will change. But Isis, she was in deep love with Osiris as well. That's why Set started to feel angry, sad. He started to make the revenge. So he murdered his brother several times. And each time Isis had a magic tear, cried, bring him back to the light. Set will never give up. He make party, invited the whole gods on it, and then he started to, murder his brother, cut his body 14 pieces, throw it everywhere. I mentioned before that the head of the god Osiris was laid at Abydos. Isis, she got two wings, flew everywhere, collected his body back, bring him back to the light, and then she met Osiris. Osiris at that time decided to be the main god underground because he goes there several times, so he knows the ways down. He knows how to make you avoid your enemies underground. So he decided to help people for the journey of the resurrection. And he left the earth to his successor. The second chapter of that story, Isis, she's pregnant and Set following Isis. When she get the baby, that's why lots of places talking about the birth of the falcon. That was a great drama. When he was a baby, Set decided to kill the baby. So she had house between the grass. She hid between the lotus and the papyrus, grass. Then it goes like the Set can feel and smell Isis and Horus. He decided to kill Horus, and then after appears with Sekhmet and Anubis, they just make noises, take the attention of Set just to leave Isis alone. So this is actually how it is.
These look like mushrooms.
What, the columns?
Yeah, the capitals.
With the boat of the falcon, he goes just a few kilometers to welcome his wife, and then the priests, they are putting, taking the two boats into the temple. So that's known as the beautiful meeting. Second month of the night thought, everything's become green, so this is the time of that meeting. One more step, please. So those reliefs will be repeated as well, what known as the purification. The king, between two nethers, putting the symbol of life around him to make him holy. Look at the difference between the nethers and the kings. The human, it's before he put the double crown to his head. Now, the goddess of Upper and Lower Egypt, they put the double crown to the head of the king and he become equal, one of them. Hey, Jacob.
Nice toenails.
Yeah, nice toenails.
This is an important thing, what you say. It was very important that they will show you these two fingers, the and the toe. That means that he got complete hand and complete foot. Okay. Yeah, this is important. Even sometimes he break the rules. We're gonna see it at Omum, just to show you these two fingers.
Organizace, lidi.
widać. Tak sztuczną pierdzi za tobą, a dalej
the first colonial area. Actually, this small way for the first. How you can date the place from the first time you see the crowns? If you can see them, different decorations. So just date the place to the 330 years BC. Pure ancient Egyptian art is just like Karnak, for example, the largest hypostyle hall ever. It has the same design, similar design, taking lotus flower cloth. But as you can see here, we're having the lotus flower, the palm tree, with different decorations. So it is 330 years BC. The two rooms, right and left. Talking about the king himself who built the temple. We can see him, Ptolemy, wearing the white crown, taking the permission from the falcon to build his house here. So he goes the whole way and to my left hand side and doing his hand like that, like this. His name is Arks. Alexander named Ptolemy.
They look like
all of them, 13 kings.
Because the people are all used to fame.
So people, they do some jokes with the rich. The boat of Hathor, the other wall is the boat of the falcon. The priest, they are carrying it to the shoulders. The middle one, you see that the shoulder of the king higher than the other priest. And he's wearing the leopard skin.
Here we have the stargate.
C'était là qu'on gardait la statue divine qui était en or du bassin arrière de la défense du marché.
Take pictures before it's getting busy. This is the only one.
Yes. You see the replica boat, the replica one, and the mouse behind.
I saw it.
want to help support our research and expeditions, grab some merch from the new Archaeoalchemy store. Rock the classic logo in your favorite color combination with some beautiful alchemical prints. There are hats, mugs, hoodies, shorts, tanks, and tapestries. More designs are in the works, so stay tuned. And if you want to be the lifeblood of my channel, please become a member for early access, exclusive updates, and content. Thank you all so much. Now, back to our adventure.
Do you want to try to get a picture?
Scusa, ma noi dall'altra parte non abbiamo fatto. No, che ha dicho
How we could make it dark old
Yeah, no.
No.
And here we have again a sanctuary within a sanctuary. The inner sanctuary. Completely separate, enclosed.
This is half. See? Women to have done this without throwing. And then you can read her names here, Karnak. So 95%.
She wants smell and have like that funky smell to it.
So we have seen already at Abydos, the helicopter, submarine, space. Yeah. Now, what this shape can bring direct Wi-Fi. Exactly.
Yeah, there we go.
So they have everything, actually. Wi-Fi, spaceship, everything.
First you have cocktails, then you have Wi-Fi.
Mention. Yeah, a little bit.
First cocktails, then Wi-Fi.
No. Those are the next. You know. Yeah.
Oh, here we have the lion-headed sprouts, like in Zimbabwe.
They are fighters catching enemies, getting
This is the creation story. Building text.
The apertures.
Voilà, ici c'est la non, pas pour la bataille. Donc là, c'est la représentation des offrandes.
The spouts.
Comes down, it looks like it goes over here, maybe. Right? There's nothing underneath here. Then we get the water pouring down. Maybe it went down here.
Possible, but that's also modern. You see the wire here? Yeah, they may have received the water.
Oh, is this now on?
I think so.
They do have a line-by-line translation of this entire section of the temple.
¿Sabes por qué vamos rápida? Quiere hacerse la foto. Porque quiere hacerse la foto. Yo se la hago, pero primero me la foto.
Ce que je vous racontais, c'était les pièces de pierre jouées à l'entrée du temple. C'était comme ça, des longues colonnes sur du champ.
Parce que là, en fait, je raconte tout le temps.
Not samba, it's a bite. What? Spit bug. Oh, it's a bite. Bull in the bag. This little word is like, it actually it's just like the area this much that they went through all that effort to carve out.
like, yeah, why do that when you can just make a square? I had it in some purpose for dampening or like conferring everything else.
Yeah, you're good. Go ahead.
I did it.
Yeah.
So if you want just to read some or tell them about it.
So again, there's a line-by-line translation of all of this text. So there's both the building text and the primordial story of creation, the primordial mound, the flood waters that submerged the primordial mound from which the first official city was erected. And there's a lot of people who connect these texts here in the Edfu temple to the mythology of Atlantis.
And this from this wall.
Yes, correct.
There's a line of empty.
Yeah, so again, we have the empty cartouches, same way we did in...
Going to describe the island and
We gotta send this to ChatGPT and get it.
So essentially what we have here, the text describes the temple as a divine creation initiated by the gods under the direction of the creator god. The outline of the foundation ritual, the ceremonial action
Is reading from the papyrus what's happened exactly. It says, it goes like a chapter. This is a small boat, king in front, Horus, and then he got support by different gods and goddesses behind. The three of them want to hand the hippo. This is the hippopotami. If you will see that they put the hippopotami on a small reliefs. So some people says that it is reflecting the power in front of Falcon. It's getting small and smaller. Some others says it is the reflection of the water. But somehow here it is exactly the docking place of the boats outside. Bahdet. And the three of them want to hand the hippopotamus.
So why do you think yes, that they had to repeat these stories over and over and over and over and over?
It goes different things because it's getting help from, you know, once Hathor or Ibis or so it goes that, like the usually method supporting Horus, and he's not able to win until the end of the story when he will get help from his mother. Okay. Yeah.
It's probably very rare to have a temple that's not somehow associated with water. Especially the mud that's going in the temple. Yes, yes.
The source of the mud is the water. So here we can see the hippopotami comes upside down. He's suffering, yes, he's suffering from the Falcon.
It was the most fierce and feared animal. So they were, the crocodile wasn't the most because they were so aggressive and dangerous that that's why the hippopotamus is usually most people.
So this is a small representation of Set. We can see it once, the hippopotami, up to that line, the crocodile. Sometimes you see it as a snake, as a turtle, so they are representation of Set. I will point to the real shape. This is the end of the story. It has a special sail. And then Horus, he left the front one to his mother, Isis. At the time, when he's getting help from his mother, he's able to win. He's able to control the evil. Then the story is ended, and then they're going to start the celebration. So now the drama is ended, and now they are celebrating.
So here's another good summary of the Edfu Atlantis kind of thing. So the texts here recount a primeval time when the gods ruled the earth, focusing on the sacred island that emerged from the primordial waters, a place referred to as the homeland of the primeval ones, the dwelling place of the gods. This island was eventually destroyed by a catastrophic flood, after which the divine beings or survivors are said to have migrated and reestablished sacred sites along the Nile River. Story.
I think the source is one. The source of God, you know?
Yeah. And yet people say connected to the mythology of the Atlantis, an ancient sacred sea or site that was inhabited by the gods of creation that was destroyed by this massive cataclysmic flood. Now, that has sort of been debunked per se, because these texts come from a completely different time period than we later have Plato talking about the story of Atlantis. This is from the Ptolemaic period, and the story is a little bit different. It's not necessarily describing the primordial mound as an actual city the same way that the mythology of Atlantis does.
Myth, the word myth, we use it today to mean something fake.
Yeah.
But the traditional meaning of myth is a story that contains some elements of truth that are hidden by the story. So you don't necessarily know all the details, but part of it is some of the essential parts of the meaning of mythology.
Right. That was the original word because I usually getting like it's not mythology, it's sex, you know, it has some truth.
Yeah, but still, that's the traditional meaning of myth. Now, the word myth has been changed to mean something fake.
The end of the story. Here we have it. The part where we call us above the hippopotamus. It's animal between donkey and wolf.
Oh yeah.
Where is? Here.
This one that's getting stabbed by the spear.
Lots of stories about that he was so wild, it can jump 9 meters, attack with no fear. So we don't have this animal anymore. Okay.
Merman? Or prison?
The numbers here. It's like million with the plural, so it's more than 3 million. And this is 100,000, 10,000, 1,000, 600, 10. So those are an example for the numbers.
That has a very Indian-looking feel to it. This division here.
I agree.
You have to take a photo with her.
I'm Lex Levy. Today we're here at the Temple of Edfu, dedicated to the falcon-headed god Horus.
Okay, now our turn.
Look at the massive door head.
But the end of the car is there.
Oh, you can see the fitting. Where, like the wood would have swung open.
Yeah, they do that where they do a big projector presentation and they have the chair set up.
Mets tes lunettes.
Ah bon?
Pourquoi? Il a ses lunettes.
Je me pose des lunettes.
And that concludes our expedition to the Edfu Temple.
We are everywhere. You guys are everywhere.
It looks like porphyry, which is, you see that from Roman times in the Cairo Museum.
Okay.
If they are so crumbling, how can this resist?
You'd be surprised if you were to touch one of those things and pick it up. It's like
Looking for a crocodile. Beautiful day on the Nile. It's almost sunset and we're approaching Kamambo in Aswan. Here we have Soba, the crocodile headed. Wow. I love
I
reptiles.
kind of feel bad.
You can see all these rock cut tombs. See these rock cut tombs? All along the bank of the Nile. Looks like they're docked here. You can have access. That'd be pretty awesome to be able to camp here and go exploring. Oh, a lot of these are open still. We departed from Thebes and we're on our way to Aswan right now. It looks like many of these have been excavated. Oh, there's some tourists here. You can see someone in the reeds. I'd love to go exploring again. Be a great place to camp. You can see some statuary in the recess. There's people. Look at all these. Looks like a lot of these cliff faces have been excavated out, like a quarry. Beautiful day on the Nile. You can see some more statuary carved directly into the bedrock. A lot of this limestone has been quarried out. Wow, oh, and you can see some papyrus capital pillars here. Wow. Check out this temple. You can see the columns, the papyrus stuck columns. Oh, I'd love to be over there right now. Hey, look. You see the column? Assalamu alaikum. Wow. Still cruising. It's gonna be sunset soon. Palm trees. Looking for a crocodile. Oh, we have a bridge coming up. It's almost sunset and we're approaching Kamambo in Aswan. I'm Lex Levy. Today we're here at Elephantine Island in Aswan. And we're looking for evidence of Jewish presence here on the island. It is believed that this was a resting point in which the Ark of the Covenant was being brought to Ethiopia. We have a relief depicting a trade transaction with this figure looking very exotic.
If you want to help support our research and expeditions, grab some merch from the new Archaeoalchemy store. Rock the classic logo in your favorite color combination with some beautiful alchemical prints. There are hats, mugs, hoodies, shorts, tanks, and tapestries. More designs are in the works, so stay tuned. And if you want to be the lifeblood of my channel, please become a member for early access, exclusive updates, and content. Thank you all so much. Now, back to our adventure.
Here we wearing the crown of Upper Egypt. Look at the boomerangs, suggesting trade from faraway places. That's a nice map. Here's a diagram of Elephantine. These sarcophagi nubs. What is this right in here? Looks like a brick. We're here at the Temple of Khnum.
very early. There. This is a special place. Oh. And here we have a relief depicting a trade transaction with this figure looking very exotic, perhaps Mayan. Look at the headdress.
Oh, and here we have Hathor column that's been defaced. She's usually spared. Look at these containers. Wow. Oh, and there's a nouse. Let's see if we can get up there and take a closer look. You saw examples of sarcophagi in the museum. What we just looked at is quite different. Oh, and a remnant of a lion's head spout. This is an incredibly special place, and there is a lot of features to investigate. I want to get up here and look at this black granite nouse. And then they have this mud brick here. My fish fell loose. I don't have.
Baby, 6 baby.
I would love to. I just don't have my fish.
Okay.
Or maybe my husband.
No problem.
Okay. Shukran, Jessica. Wow. We're here in the first temple of Sekhmet. Incredible, and you can see these megaliths of red granite in which Aswan is known for.
No internet. No internet.
Okay. I see. The red granite megalith. It's a cartouche.
It's cartouche. Amen.
Basin. Sandstone.
Hello. This way, the pyramid. This pyramid.
Oh, pyramid. Third dynasty?
Yeah.
Oh.
Where from?
U.S. originally, but Anam and Masar. Dawati.
US no money.
This number one?
No. Used to be.
Secret no guide, okay? It's down. Okay? No respect guide, okay?
I'm trying to find my group. Did you see where they went?
Yeah.
Okay. Ah, thank you.
Yeah.
It's a hot one today. These are wells?
This is pyramid.
Oh, I see now. Wow.
Okay, here.
شكرا. This is a third dynasty pyramid, step pyramid.
Mini, we don't found any other name called Mini, so we believe that Mini is the scorpion tail. Okay.
Oh.
But there's a debate whether Nama and Mini are the same.
How cool is this?
No, it's according to
Red granite, third dynasty pyramid.
Yeah, right.
Here we're at the core of the pyramid, and there's this impression here. Let's go to the lowest point of the pyramid. I wonder if it originally had casings, but this is interesting geology.
Do you have an extra battery?
I didn't think we'd be out here very long. You can use mine though. This is all red granite. I'm Lex Levy. Today we're here at Elephantine Island in Aswan. I'm standing in front of the pyramid, or what remains of it, made of granite. This is a huge megalith of red granite, and the pyramid is built directly on top of it. And here we can access its core. This is amazing. We have this pit here. It was chosen intentionally to create this structure. Look at these giant pits directly in the red granite. Just fragments of pottery everywhere. This strange pit in the red granite megalith. This is incredible.
Bulging out from all over the island. Through. This is like the residential quarters. Here at Elephantine Island. And if we find, we haven't been back this way before. All mud brick back in through here. And as you see, there's pottery shards and all sorts of smashed artifacts all over here. Here you can see pieces of red granite that are not part of these mud brick constructions. They're part of the foundation of much older stuff that was out here. Now, at this point, we can say, so here's a big piece of red granite. There's a hearth or some sort. This is just residential stuff. Hearth, fireplace, or something of that nature. So, interestingly enough, we'll tell the story of the archaeologist. Yes.
Oh, I'll never forget it.
There's an archaeological team currently doing excavations here on Elephantine Island. And we learned yesterday that this German team, they said that they were German and Swiss, but the lady we talked to yesterday was definitely German.
100%.
And, so I'll show you the area where they were sorting the artifacts. And I'll clue you in on the discussion we had yesterday. So we were walking around, we knew that they were here, so we've been out here for the past several days. And this German team is currently doing excavations in the area where this Israelite temple was located. So that kind of immediately raised my eyebrows.
Oh, this is the one I wanted
so
to
here
show you.
We see a more conjunctions of the channel system in through here. So you can literally see this channel is running into a basin here. This is the square basin. There's another one over here that's definitely a ritual purification bath of some sort. But this, again, you see the channel here, runs into this square, well, rectangle. Again, this is cracked right here, cracked through the middle. But this is the channel leading into this rectangular collection basin here. This one. So this is cult installation, 12th dynasty. Cult of what? They call it's a so the pyramid here is also called a quote unquote cult pyramid. They use the word cult.
That's an intricate hotep.
Yeah, there's a whole system. It starts here. System 1, 2, 3. Going from 1, 2, 3 here. And then out. There's another one here.
Another channel here.
It's gone. It goes down here. Here would be the area. This could be part of it here. This channel could be part of it.
Then exits the
But
building.
it doesn't have the side pieces like that, so I was expecting to see something here. But here, well, let me get a picture of this from this area.
Temple of Osiris.
Doing some restoration work in through here.
Oh, there you are.
Okay. Suck up on that guy. We happened to notice yesterday that, so this is an archaeological artifact sorting area. You can see here on the table, they have fragments of all sorts of clay pots and a variety of different artifacts that they're sorting and categorizing over here. So we noticed there was a lady over here, and we were just trying to get some information about, you know, what exactly they were looking for, etc., etc. So we started asking some questions, and this lady was definitely German. They said, well, so what do you think about the Israelite temple that was here? Was there any evidence that this thing existed? And she was adamant that it was a myth, that there was no such thing.
Nine.
The Jew temple is not here. You know, making all of this rhetoric up about this thing not existing at all.
She was so flustered.
She was very, very upset about the line of inquiry, because we were kind of pressing her about it, and I was like, well, what about the texts that say it was here? And what about the archaeological excavations that found the foundations that literally match the blueprints of King Solomon's temple? All the measurements are there. No, this is not true, blah, blah, blah. So she was very upset. So then we continued walking around the island, and we ran into the rest of the archaeological team, and we're wrapping up their dig near this Israelite King Solomon temple. And so we asked another member of the team the exact same question. And she was like, yeah, absolutely it exists. These are the guys that found it. They found the foundations, we know the texts, we know the chronology, we know everything. It absolutely existed here. And they have here what I would call a lustration basin. So lustration, temple of the magic part, temple of this alchemical ritual connected to the heart. We have these lustration and purification basins. We have channels and conduits that lead into collection basins. This entire site is indicative of an ancient alchemical laboratory, workshop, processing complex, and it has some of the oldest chronology in Egypt, and dating back to the pre-dynastic era. chronological perspective in terms of different This was a strategic location in the first cataract on the Nile River. Literally, other than Abu Simbel, it was the primary entrance into the dynastic Egyptian kingdom. Here we see a whole variety of just broken stones and fragments of different pieces laying around. We found some interesting ones over here.
Yeah, didn't you find a hotep over here?
Yeah.
Red granite.
A little basin in this area here. Again, just fragments of broken stone, hieroglyphs, and all sorts of stuff all over these. So here's a red granite slab that had something here, and again, the conventional term is hotep or altar. But you can see here that there's a circular ring around this and a little channel that drained out here. So again, we're talking about fluid dynamics and liquid flowing through this system and out here. And there's a good piece back here that has this, Maltese Templar looking cross on it. Another huge piece of granite that has a component of some sort that looks like a hinge.
Cross.
It is literally Raiders of the Lost Ark. German archaeologists out here digging some ancient, forgotten Israelite temple on one of the most mysterious areas in Egypt.
We're living my childhood dream right now.
Literally our childhood dream to out here. So we were kind of, I like to not press these people, but I was asking some honest questions. I was asking about the pyramid, which we're about to see, and I'll give you the explanation of the conventional chronology. It's completely unexplained in terms of the function of this artifact. They call it a cult pyramid, and the term cult is applied when they have no idea exactly what the thing is for. But yeah, they are absolutely intensely interested in this area where this Israelite temple was located. And again, I'll get more into that story. Sorry, just things keep catching my eye. There's tons of artifacts out here and weird stuff just scattered all over the place. Okay, what do we have here? Distribution center. Distribution of what? And you'll see enter here. There's all sorts of big basins in this area. Distribution center. Certainly sounds industrial. And here is your first glimpse at the remains of, in my opinion, probably the most perplexing pyramid structure in Egypt. Doesn't look like much right now, but we'll get to the other side and you'll get to see what's on the inside of this thing. There's a dog over there taking a nap.
Mama.
So, very weird stuff going on here at Elephantine Island. The Germans.
The German.
Still looking for the Ark.
Hello?
This is Timber.
getting a ticket. All right, so here you can see again in this distribution center here, there's more big basins here. There's a basin here, basin here, and here. And this, it looks like a pile of rubble now. So the conventional story is that this pyramid, and it was originally a complete pyramid, was built by either Huni, the pharaoh Huni, at the end of the 3rd dynasty, or also possibly attributed to Seneferu, the beginning of the 4th dynasty. You'll see here the first big lump of red granite that's part of the red granite bedrock. This pyramid is built on top of red granite bedrock. So they don't know who built this pyramid. Again, conventionally attributed to either Huni or Seneferu. Seneferu also being the pharaoh that is supposed to have been building the pyramids of Maidu, the Red Pyramid, and the Bed Pyramid in Dashur, but also built this mysterious structure out here on Elephantine Island. They call it a cult pyramid, and Seneferu may have also built, this is one of 7 different cult pyramids that may also be attributed to Seneferu. No inscriptions, no internal chambers, no burial. So they know, even according to conventional archaeology, that it is not a burial. 100% conclusively not a burial. So this here is a huge lump of red granite bedrock. They say that this thing is made of red granite. And
I don't think so.
There are definitely some pieces of red granite in here, like this is red granite. But
what is that?
Some of this stuff definitely does not. This does not look like red granite. There is no quartz inclusions in this. You can definitely see granite, granite, granite.
It's so much different.
Not granite. I don't know what type of stone that is. And a lot of these pieces, man, they just look melted and charred. Bizarre. Okay, so here's the first look at one of the namas. These call them panholes or namas in granite, which are huge eroded pits that form in granite. You see that there's one of these panholes, granite panholes or namas. This is definitely not granite. This is not granite. Look how shiny this is.
Glassy.
It's like glass almost, yeah. Definitely not granite. I don't know what this is. It's not quartzite either. It doesn't look like basalt. I don't know what this is, but it appears that the pyramid is mostly this. This is granite. This is granite. You know, I'm not a geologist, but I know what granite looks like, and this is definitely not granite. Okay, so now we're going to go into the core of the structure. This is all granite here. This here's more of these panholes, these huge eroded pits. This entire piece that I'm standing on here is a huge blob of granite. There's more. I'll walk through this entire area as we head toward this Israelite temple.
It exists.
It definitely exists. The lady was definitely trying to dissuade or deter our interest in their archaeological investigation of the area. They know exactly what they're doing, exactly why they're over there. I don't know, because there's not, you'll see in just a minute, there's very little physical archaeological evidence, but they have found the foundations of this thing. So what exactly are they digging for out there? I don't know. So here's another one of these panholes, these namas. Again, this is granite. This is all granite. The whole bedrock, this structure is built on granite bedrock. Again, most of Aswan is granite bedrock. Famed granite quarries here in Aswan. There almost looks like there was a layer that may have covered this. This is an interesting layer here. You can see the mortar that's holding all these stones together. This is definitely not Seneferu. If Seneferu started his pyramid building career at the Pyramid of Maidum, they were already super advanced. This is definitely not Seneferu level. Again, we're talking about conventional timeline here, just to establish the precedent for the chronology and antiquity of this pyramid. This ain't Seneferu. And it's not Huni either. At the end of the 3rd dynasty, they were building, you know, pretty sophisticated pyramid structures. This thing is old. This is like pre-dynastic. Again, obviously I think the pyramids are older than the dynastic chronology anyway. And all this in here doesn't look like granite either. On the core, we're in the core of the structure here. None of this looks like granite. This piece is granite. This is granite here. This is granite. And for those of you that have been following along, that have been waiting, I'll show you a few more around the outside of this thing. However, even though they are natural features, I absolutely believe that it is integrated into the function of this pyramid. So we have granite bedrock, granite and another anomalous stone core. It had casing stones. Again, this is, I don't know what this is.
That has some large
This
crystals.
piece looks like, it looks like glass. And they say that there was a cone, like a pointed cone, on the top of this pyramid, according to the archaeological reports on Elephantine Island's pyramid. So this is huge. Again, all this whole area, everything that you're going to see today is granite bedrock. Everything is sitting on top of granite. Here's another one of these. So we noticed this yesterday. There's like a channel that goes here, leading into another one of these huge eroded pits. We notice here that there was an unusual little outlet hole here.
But it appears that there's a mud brick structure on top of this pyramid. A later addition. Look at this shot of Jeffrey. It's unbelievable how many pottery shards there are.
This lower basin. So again, although these are, in my opinion, natural features, just Google it. You don't agree with me. They could certainly be integrated as functional pieces, which is why they may have selected this site. Big basin here, and you can't see what's below this, but there may be some channels that connect this. It may also just be like a dam to prevent solution A from flowing into solution B and then solution C. Really weird stuff going on in this granite. And so remember from previous discussions, now this looks broken away here. This part looks broken. Like they intentionally opened up one of these holes. See this piece here? That looks broken away. You see where it's been broken? Here to open up this. So this is a series of A, where there was a solid.
Look at this view.
Out. Solid would stay here, go here, and then into basin number 3. So remember from previous discussions, we're going to talk about the color coding of stone. Awesome picture.
Beautiful view.
Stone throughout the Egyptian pyramids. Black, white, and red. Black, white, and red are the 3 colors of the stone that were used to build the city of Atlantis. White and red. All of the Egyptian pyramids we have black, white, and red. So recall from previous episodes that they're all 3 dielectric materials.
Let's go. Did you want to see behind the pyramid?
Well, there just wasn't much back there. It's just, you know. Okay, so we've covered my beautiful wife Alexa, Archaeoalchemy. Go subscribe to her channel as well. Link in the video description below. Okay, so again, granite bedrock in through here. Now we're going to walk down. Okay, so here you can see more outcrops of red granite. This is all red Same type of features. There's a big blob of it over here. Everything, it's all red granite. This one over here has a big inclusion in it. You can see that black stripe here, and this piece here.
Oh yeah.
It's a big vein of maybe. So when it goes back to the geological composition of the stone here, Aswan granite is mostly composed of feldspar, mica, and quartz. Feldspar, mica. And we talked about mica before. So for those of you that are on the Alchemists Members Only channel, we talked about mica being used in the pyramid complex at Teotihuacan. We talked about mica being found around the bent pyramid. In my episode on the function of Stonehenge and the primary obelisk or standing stone, they call it the altar stone of Stonehenge. being not silica sandstone, which the Sarsen stones are silica sandstones. The altar stone is a very specific type of high mica content stone. Mica is an extremely good dielectric material that has applications in high voltage components, which is exactly what we've been talking about regarding lightning being the power source of these systems. So we're walking through a big red granite outcrop. This is all red granite. You can see an interesting channel through here. Let me step back so you can see the channel that runs through here. This is an interesting piece here. Ooh.
What do you think it is?
I would love to crack open one of those stones that's in the core of that pyramid, and I wonder if it's really crystalline like this.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Configurations. You can see that there's like some mud brick here. They have something. There's kind of a channel flowing down into this panhole. This is a huge piece of granite. All of these natural features would be extremely useful if you were doing secret alchemical, ancient magical rituals out here on the island, having your solution flowing through these red granite rocks, emanating ultrasound. See that? Again, this is a natural erosion channel that they also have to utilize in the front end. So I think it's kind of both things here. Exactly like what we saw. So this is kind of coming full circle there. This is exactly what we see on the Giza Plateau, right? The utilization of natural resources. That is the biggest take-home that I've been trying to express over the last 6 months or so. The Egyptian pyramids are designed to harness the power of the natural resources here in Egypt. For example, on the Giza Plateau, they're using the iron oxide and metal ore mineral deposits on the Giza Plateau, natural features that are integrated into the function of the pyramid. Same thing here with this red granite outcrop. All of this natural stone material, the natural resources of the island are being integrated into the function. Okay, so this is where things get interesting. This is where the team is digging. This is the area that was the location for this Israelite temple. This is where the German team was digging. With a specific interest in this area over here. So the young lady we were talking to yesterday said that this was the oldest part of the island, and it was originally the entrance into these structures. So this is it. This is, and there's not much left today, but this is the location. So let's talk about Graham Hancock's work and this Elephantine Island Israelite temple. So the story goes that King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba had a son named Menelik. And Menelik was able to recover the Ark of the Covenant either right before or after the destruction of the temple. And he brought the Ark back to Egypt and stored it here in this mock King Solomon's temple on Elephantine Island before moving it further into Ethiopia, which is one of the proposed final resting locations for one of the Arks, plural, of the covenant. There were many of these things. So the German team was saying that this is it, like the oldest area of the temple here. And I'm really glad we got the chance to walk over here because I wanted to see this.
This is so cool.
Yeah, super cool. This formation over here. It's also been proposed that there's like tunnels and caves below Elephantine Island. Look at that like roasted, burned piece in through here.
How far back does it go?
It doesn't go back very far. Let's see. This is definitely something important. I don't know, I get a weird sensation standing over here.
I do too.
There's a circular feature here that caught my attention yesterday, and there looks like kind of channels that run up through the granite onto this top piece. And this is where they were having like a little photo shoot out here yesterday to celebrate the completion of their archaeological project.
Here you can have a...
And it's crazy thinking about that the Ark of the Covenant may have actually been stored out here.
Intuitively, where do you feel it was housed?
I mean, it's probably somewhere just like right in here, which is exactly where they were digging. Yeah, the Germans out here digging in an ancient Israelite temple proposed to be a housing of the Ark of the Covenant before it was moved out of Egypt. See the desert over there, the Nile River in through here, moved out of Egypt into Ethiopia. And we've been looking into some of the connections between the Ark of the Covenant and the Japanese artifacts. If you haven't seen our Let's Go episode on the Indian Testament, so there's an artifact called, there's two. There's a small one called Mikoshi and a big one called Denjiri. And they both look exactly like the Ark of the Covenant. And the word Denjiri translates to or pour electricity.
Oh, babe. Can I look down here quick?
Or pour electricity. It's actually the same. No, I take that back. Den is electricity. Dendara is to drip or pour electricity. Like the Dendara temple. Which, shout out to my other friend and good researcher, Hugh Evans. The Welsh translation is Tantara, which also means to drip or to pour electricity. So
that's so interesting.
This electrical device. Den is the Japanese word for electricity. This is
There's Khufu, Kurtu.
Yeah, cartouche of Khufu out here. I don't know if you can see that. All right, I need a battery change.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
Look at how it's flaking over here. All these hieroglyphs just flaked right off.
Turn around, don't breathe it. Stop for a second. Just so you know. And the location of the temple over here. Again, the team, the lady we were talking to on the German team was saying that this is the oldest part of the Elephantine complex. And they've excavated all this now. And Nile River. Over here. Yeah, that's a good shot. Get a nice view of Alexa there walking through the temple gate. Yeah, it's beautiful. This little island here is a huge outcrop of granite. It's all red granite bedrock. I cannot recommend highly enough coming out to this site. Have the opportunity. And those of you that are out here on Elephantine Island, the mouse. These huge, destroyed red granite, and one's red granite, one's black granite. Artifacts out here in the rubble. All of this is red granite rubble. This is the black granite. And on the inside here, you can see some red ochre.
That's a canoe.
It's graffiti. It's not original. It's ancient, but it's a canoe god red ochre graffiti that was applied to the inside. You can see some quarrying marks here from, you know, plug and feather quarrying, where this part was broken off. All of this was quarried. Most likely Roman era, late Greek, late Ptolemaic, Roman quarrying. And all this is just, see on this piece here, there's a circle and a square in the middle. They were carving that into a millstone, a grinding stone. And this is the big one. They go over there and stand next to this thing. Show you from the top when we come up here. I'll show you the top down view. So the conventional explanation for these things is naos, N-A-O-S. Statue housings, giant statue housings. And I'll show you at the top. You'll see little tube drills here on each side. So this had an opening, doors that would open and close. Absolutely blasted by sand out here.
So smooth.
Yeah, crazy. Execution of this in here, really beautiful. it's not going to come, because this is the highest point of the temple, and there are columns up here. But there's like barriers here, so water wouldn't go up and then down and then up. So I don't think that camel is full of rainwater. Right? Block of granite. These pieces of granite that are integrated into this later addition. And we'll walk around here, and you'll see that this floor of the temple is literally built on the ruins of more ancient stuff. Here's what looks to be the top obelisk type piece, that capstone. And you can see this huge depression here, this concavity, goes down into this red granite piece here. This is red granite, and there's a hole in the center of it. And it's literally in the middle of this concavity here, this big depression. So that is a bit of an anomalous feature there. There, black granite piece here. There's some other big granite artifacts, so I'll show you in just a second. This is literally older parts of the temple. These pieces are all decorated through here. That are literally the foundations of the later floor here. Same thing in the Dara temple, where there's slices of columns that are underneath the temple floor. Different parts of the temple and repurposed it in the floor.
And canoe.
term is naos, or naos. N-A-O-S. And we see this in the Holy of Holies, the inner sanctum of the Edfu temple. And it's in its original place in the back of the whole. We had a private felucca ride here yesterday. Top of the boat.
It's romantic.
It's not too shabby. Channel that makes a reappearance here. Little channel.
Oh, you're right.
Not the same size as the other one, but it's a little channel here. And it goes and drains off into the river. 100% water drainage channel. Where does it come from? We don't know. It just kind of starts there. This may be obviously some restoration or something in through here. The full original configuration isn't here, but you know, that's definitely it. I have no argument that this, because it just drains right out here into the Nile River.
That's nice.
So we're finishing our expedition the other day, and all of a sudden, so here you can see the measurements. For tracking stages of the Nile River flooding. So again, these are called Nileometers, Nile meters. And all of a sudden there's commotion and everybody's like, whoa.
There's a splash.
And one of our tour guests had a bathing suit under her outfit and just decided to jump into the Nile River from here, and was taking a swim out here in the Nile River. It's actually pretty clean down here. I wouldn't jump in there, but
it doesn't look so bad.
with all it's pretty nasty actually. But
oh, there's some fish.
yeah, there's fish down in there. You don't want to eat those Nile River fish. You saw all the contamination from the big tour boats. Anyway, guest took a little swim in the Nile River. Alright, so that was a nice little peaceful conclusion for today's expedition. It's good to be back. And I apologize for the delay in videos, but I had to do some work. For the 2026 Land of Chem tour. Oh. Come on.
Hi, baby. They're so cute.
No, it's okay. Maslemo.
Maslemo.
Hi.
Otter.
If you want to help support our research and expeditions, grab some merch from the new Archaeoalchemy store. Rock the classic logo in your favorite color combination with some beautiful alchemical prints. There are hats, mugs, hoodies, shorts, tanks, and tapestries. More designs are in the works, so stay tuned. And if you want to be the lifeblood of my channel, please become a member for early access, exclusive updates, and content. Thank you all so much.